Sorry about that. I had to take a phone call this morning. It took a little while. How's everyone doing? First fairly important level here is going to be 75. 75 and 85. Well, 75 and 80 are going to be pretty important to the upside. There's another huge short strangle. Like 35, 30, 25, 90, 95, 5600. So still a bit of an effort to crush realized vol. If we don't get above 55.90 by midday, it'll probably be really difficult to break through 55.90 today. So we'll see how that goes. Could also make rejections a bit more intense. Yes, just broke 56.20. Yep, which is important. We do have some positive momentum right now, but we are testing the long-term trend again. So this could technically reject. Did that get changed? Yes. Okay, there we go. Oh, maybe we're not. Broke through the long-term trend. My mistake. I didn't have it set to log. Ooh. Let's see. Yeah, that's gonna be a bitch to push above 55.80. That's gonna be interesting. Apple's a little bit on track to recover. Spec and Vol got shorted back down. The dollar is still up quite a bit this morning. IWM's flat. Wow, a little bit. Most of the indexes are pretty flat, actually. Oil down again, but gold bounced a tiny bit. The euro got fucking curb stomped today. Yen is up. Why the fuck is yen up? Hmm. Morning, Gherk. I hope you had some sleep. A little bit. I got a little bit of sleep. Like 4.5 hours. All my WeBull positions just disappeared. Tav gone. P&L data no with. Just if you're in the software app, just close it and restart it. That usually works. Did your trend line move? It moved because I had the chart set to regular instead of log, and the long-term trend was based on a log chart. But no, it looks like all of my trend lines have actually moved quite a bit. TradingView reset last night. It's been doing this lately. It's quite the extended recovery either way. Rejected off of ES 5620. Guess we'll see if we find support a little higher again. Looks like we might. I think I need to start setting limit buys where I would set my stop loss. Because they're very good at tapping my exact stop loss before continuing higher. Yeah, there's still, well, I mean, there's still a bit of volatility, so stops need to be set a little wider. Debit spreads tend to be better for this kind of price action, right? Because upside's still kind of grindy and not that well supported by the MM. USD JPY is down like 60 points. That's not slight. That's a pretty big jump. Are you the type that just gets by on 6 hours of sleep or less? Or are you constantly exhausted? Both. No, I usually sleep like 4 or 5 hours a night. Lately it's been like 2 or 3. I love when you pay for a service and just changes everything you've saved on it. Yeah, that's actually my favorite. My favorite part about that is you don't know what's changed. It's different every time with TradingView. Um, and so you gotta it's kind of like find the changes, and it's like a little game you gotta play every time the app resets. I wanted to say a big thank you for everything you do and being there every day, day in and day out. You're truly one of a kind. Thanks, DZ. I appreciate that, man. You're getting all touchy feely first thing in the morning. You guys trying to get like nudes out of me? Higher than, because those are in the beta. Well, is there a downward momentum below 55.62? A little bit. Yeah, that could 60 could present a little bit of a problem. I don't think as much as like a loss of 50 though. 50 and 55 are pretty important. Also staying below 50 and 55 because of charm into the back half of the day. I feel like USD JPY is going to get leverage up again, and SPX hit 6,000. Okay, we're still that's still $500, $400 away. Relax. Maybe Geo getting ready to test 163. Yep. Having a chart auto adjust when you zoom in. The TV mind cannot comprehend this. Actually, I think it has there. I think there is something for that. It doesn't have a lock, like a zoom lock. You know what's funny is their like charting library allows you to zoom to the last candle, but you can't do it in the fucking app. So it'll like zoom, it'll zoom to where your mouse is, but that it won't do it in the app. Probably gonna be my last one of these till I go back to being a proper pour again. Not so secret weenus. That is all. Thanks, Snickers. Good morning, trash. Yeah, up early. Did you hear me say nudes and woke up out of bed? You said what now? I asked if people were trying to get nudes out of me. I'd like to thank you for never releasing nudes. It keeps the mystery and sense of anticipation alive. Yeah, I've never done that. My GMs are open. I thought you had the whole library already. Like noodles? Yeah. I mean, technically. I don't post nudes. I'm always wearing socks. Oh, popcorn. Never change, okay? Carvana, annoyingly resistant. Yeah, it is. Library is a collection of things that have already been written. They do not have the things yet to be. My collection can always grow. All right, fair enough. I just assumed that you had the Photoshop skills to put me on anything. How would MM's hedge max expiration leaps 542 DTE put calls? Would it affect a stock significantly? Yes, they have a lot of delta. I mean, depending on how many are bought, absolutely. And also, the MM has to carry that hedge for the next 542 days, right? So, the weight of large numbers of leaps being purchased has an overall positive effect on the underlying, especially if it's something that's maybe moderately illiquid or heavily influenced by its options chain. How high can IWM go today? No, no, I can tell you. Well, not if I do that, I can't. That's getting kind of spicy. Looks like Vega neutrals at about 27.93. Gamma max is at 32, but pulling back towards spot. Uh, Call interest out into Friday's OPEX kind of dwindles down around 25. If you go out into August OPEX, there's a bit of call interest out at 30, but 25 to 30 pretty rough. That doesn't get much better the further out you go. There's a little bit at 235 from like October to December. And a little bit out at 240 in August and end of quarter. Existing home sales lower than the bottom of the housing crisis. Well, the 25% higher population is bullish. Sure. Why is our population 25% higher? If you were a 0 DT SPX option, which would you be? I'd be a 55-55 that was bought yesterday. I do, but I find that unethical. I can't whack off to it if it makes me sad. Oh, I thought I'd already granted unanimous consent to the Louvre. No. Then how did I end up in so many situations with Ryan Cohen? We're gonna sign up for the Strangle Bros crime family. I want to do that. Well, okay. Step one, Nuke. Get like $300,000 to $400,000 so you can get portfolio margin. Step two, sell the same strangle they do in the pre-market. Step three, get blown up almost every time you do it. Sorry, Greg, I gotta leave the pickle jar. My new family said. Car repossession up 24% last month as people fall back on payments. Healthy. Have you noticed the big sell-off in big cap telecoms this week? Comcast, yeah, but it was after Verizon earnings. Everyone's worried because Verizon had shitty earnings and their phone sales were down too. Just opened a door you can't close, brother. Have you not seen the fan fiction? I didn't even consent to that one, but I mean, it still exists. Is IWM gonna rip up? It's kind of at the top of the call interest for now. We're getting close to it. You know what I wish? I wish Carvana would fucking drop. It feels like it's been trading flat for a year. Yeah, IWM's got some range. 24, 25. Might not get a higher high. Dollar up isn't great for it. If inflation expectations rise with existing home sales, that won't be good for IWM. Let's see how those look. Shitty. Yeah. Although, yeah, no, shitty, very shitty. but Richmond Fed fell. The services index rose, which is kind of okay for tech. Richmond Fed. I don't know. We'll see what happens at the 2-year net. I would say it could probably run until 1 o'clock at least. Kind of flat there. Hmm. Microsoft's starting to recover a little bit. Ooh, CrowdStrike got a bounce this morning. Forward yield on vols starting to push down. But carry trade leverage is falling off. Yields are dropping. Okay, the dollar is starting to pull back a little bit. Maybe a rejection on resistance there. Tail risk hedging's picking up quite a lot. 3-month correlation's dropping. 1 month is kind of flat. How's Dow? Dow's like up 3 points. ES18. How's RSP doing? RSP's still down 4. Kathy Woods sold Tesla for a crowd. Huh. Couldn't have been much. How's CrowdStrike looking? Seems to have found a bottom. I wouldn't say that that's definite yet after its 20% drop, but it's got a small bounce today. Went filled the gap from back in Jan on the daily. Maybe. Don't worry, Gherk. I have crowd calls. Of course you do, Nick. The short play was overcrowded. Oh, God. It's too early for that shit, man. Index is going to be able to push higher than this. We're going to have to start squeezing out some sold calls at some point. Fubu just got some more soccer streaming rights. Atomic is fucked. Is he? That's interesting. Ooh, they announced earnings August 6th. Cool. Falls picking up. That's interesting. What the fuck did Goldman go up? Like 1% in the middle of the day? It's not even news. Goldman boosts real estate portfolio with Australian last mile asset. Hmm. That's a weird rip. Well, it did. Fubo's gonna rise from the ashes. I hope so. Wholesale inventories of oil data tomorrow. I have a feeling oil stays down today, but rises tomorrow the day after. Catches oil bears off guard. In which case, nat gas might have issues. The biggest issue nat gas has is that it's been worthless for 2 years. There's a continuation of the drop from last week, primarily count on PMI and GDP. Yes, yeah, those are going to be the big data sets this week. We have PCE also. PMI is GDP and PCE. All of the big data for this week starts tomorrow, though. I think that's why we're also seeing we're seeing like the short strangles come in as they're trying to crush out the event vol in order to keep from volatility from rising too much into the middle of the week and putting all the puts they've been selling at risk. SPX 5600 today. It's not impossible. Still going to be tough, and if we don't get enough momentum, it'll be really hard to break through 5590. But I don't think it would be unreasonable to test it. $130 now acting like a tough resistance for Carvana. Would you say, or not significant? I mean, it's just a resistance. I don't think it's so much that it's acting like one. It's got a lot of options interest, and it's a resistance from the downside. I think things get a lot more bearish once it falls under 120. But 125 is not bad either, and it kind of slipped that a little bit this morning. It'll be sort of hard for Carvana to drop if IWM is climbing because it's such a big component. Kathy Woods dumped some Tesla. Yeah, but not all of it. She's still long. Also, Tesla failed to break 55 this morning, which is bad. I was gonna go long at 50, like 257.50. If it gets back above 50, it might be worth playing from like 50 to 55 though. Absolutely love the stream card today. I hope you and the pickle jar ball out. Me too. Also, yeah, that's a super dope stream card. Tech looks like it's about to rip. Does it? QQQ looks like it's on a head and shoulders. Not even a very strong one. We looking at the same tech? I would say it's got about 80, 70, 80 bips more upside left in it before things start to get really shaky. Don't say that. I have calls. I have calls too. But it's struggling. NQ inverse head and shoulders. I mean, NQ has a head and shoulders on the daily too. Maybe on like the 1 hour. This is the daily. Like, look at the daily. Like, it's still got some range up, right? But that's not a great look. Just be careful, like QQQ around like 486, 487. We're gonna test that shoulder today? I fucking hope so. That's why I bought these stupid calls. I scalp. How much data do I need for Fubo to 60 play? I got some for Friday. Is that enough? In October, I put those up 80% on Friday that I did not take profit on. It is down to 30%. I was greedy and holding out for 100. When do you decide it's time to take profit? When the contract's green. So like when you've made money, I mean 80% is definitely something that you want to consider taking profit on. You'll get better. You'll learn to understand levels and you'll be able to chase trends a little more accurately as you gain more and more experience. But when you're starting off and you're kind of new to this, which I know you are, profits are profits. Take them. Don't let them don't let them go like overnight, you know. Especially if you're in excess of like 20% returns because even 10% returns is better than the long run average on the S&P, right? So if you buy an option for $1,000 and you make 10% in a couple of days, you've made more money than you would have on average investing that into a mutual fund or the stock market, right? Think of it like that. I only take profits on 10 baggers. Yeah, we know Philly, Mike. We know. So does so does your brokerage account. Where do you set initial stops? I generally start scaling out of my positions when they hit like my mid price targets. Can you make a bit more room on the upside for SPX, please? Ah, yes, I didn't realize that I was blocking its momentum with my screen. Looks fine. This is a pretty decent breakout. I'd only really worry about it if it pulls back to 75 again. Might be a little bit of bearish consolidation here. Hmm. Bull's gonna catch that knife. Hmm. What the fuck? Excuse me? The Tesla 250 weekly is $11? Fuck that stock. You watch IWM or something. Ooh, Dillard's. Ooh. Hold on. I gotta check the DDS, DD. Son of a bitch. Oh, no. I just post the I post DDS in the Pigeonwhale chat, and that's the end of it. Hmm. Should be long Microsoft. Earnings tonight. I know. Are you bullish on Tesla? No, no, never. Is that like 9 million percent IV? How do you know about the Cybertruck recalls, Trash? Don't say anything if you own the Cybertruck. I don't want you to breach your NDA. Can you take a look at DVN? I want an entry, but hoping it get to 45-ish soon. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I guess, I mean, I could. It looks like it's got a kind of weak recovery off of 45. Is that a mosquito? Hold on. This is... It's a motherfucking mosquito in my office. I wish there was a Roomba for that. I mean, I'm munching popcorn and watching everything Yellen touches crash and burn. I mean, doing TD. Did Kenny send one of his AI recon drones to scope out what you're doing? That's silly. Hmm. Oh. AVGO is kind of ripping. What's so difficult about fucking 80? Just the sold calls? Some resistance, but not a lot. Wasn't really a rising wedge on SPX. It was just a uptrend, and it broke down a little here, but not much. I mean, that's a pretty mid failure. The failure might get a continuation. But gamma delta are positive. Pretty much any price above 70. There are sold calls to the upside, which will be maybe kind of hard to push through. Apple looks pretty good. Google's doing right. Amazon's up like 3% today. How many eggs is a normal number to eat daily? I don't know. 2? Do you think there'll be a better entry for FUBO 150 September calls? I don't know. In a sitting? Yeah, like 2, right? So check out your weeb eggs, Sistani. Ugh. How many pieces of olive loaf should a man have per day? No more than 1. What's your favorite preparation of eggs? Over medium. I also like to send them back when they're not cooked correctly. Uncultured swine. What the fuck is an olive loaf? It's a loaf with olives in it. It's like a meat loaf with olives in it. I don't mind poached eggs. Oh, you like Haktua eggs? Pretty easy to notice if your eggs have a loogie on them. Are vitamins just snake oil? Maybe. I mean, they do a thing, but it's questionable if you need to supplement them. A lot of people don't know what basted eggs are. I'm always baffled when I have to explain to them to somebody upon ordering. Isn't that just a poached egg? Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's like when they're like steamed. Kind of makes them rubbery. Can that eat up somebody slapping the order book with 1,000 options blocks? Sure. We lost 75. That's not bullish. I'm not sure how long the red candle's gonna last here, but there is one. $56.26. Hmm. All right. Do you think the Fed is ever going to shrink its balance sheet to pre-COVID levels? Or have we accepted that 8 trillion of extra money is just there to stay? Um, over time, I think they've got it under 7 trillion now. I have no idea, man. How are you buying stocks on TSX and why? I don't, I don't want to know. Is this one of those times when it's the entry for calls? Well, we're still below weekly GN, but above monthly GN. I mean, there's some support. We should be able to V. Could be a little difficult from here, though. Canada rise up. Hmm. That's not good. Bear time. Hmm. Interesting. Well, I should have sold more calls. Take Carvana with you. Carvana's not part of the SPX. Did you get the Joby play? Did I? No, not yet. Did it reprice? I might have to sell those further out. August 16th, 7-6. That's a fucking nasty rejection. Pull back to like, yes, 5,600 maybe. Because we're losing 5,610 right now. A little bit. Hmm. Oh, Nvidia dumped super fucking hard. Enphase has earnings tonight. What do I want to do with Joby? Let's see. So it bounced a little bit today. It's still over Gamma Max. I don't know if I hate the 50-cent spread. It's a little risky. What's that? No, that's not delta neutral anymore. Wait, did I move delta neutral last night or no? Delta neutral is 55, 30, 18 now. Does this drop have momentum to crash further? Yeah, it does. It's definitely got quite a bit of momentum, actually. I think we broke the uptrend on this from yesterday. From our low. And first place I'd look for support is 50. That's a pretty significant move. Hmm. Puts us back flat on the day. And Q pulled back hard as fuck. Dow's down 20 points. Yeah, the dispersion trade snapped up again. Pretty quickly, too. Hmm. Do I buy back some of my October puts? Or do I wait for VIX 15? I think I'll wait. Hmm. Support here. Oh. Oh, yeah, I saw this, Bob. Okay, if we lose 65, this is gonna squeeze out. It's gonna squeeze out some short puts to the downside. So we need to find a little bit more support here than what we've got. Maybe this is enough. Holy shit, those calls are expensive as fuck. Mm. Mm. This is still tricky. Does Dixie have an inverse head and shoulders on the 1 hour? Yeah, it's reversing a bit. Okay. So delta dip negative there, back to positive here. Mm. How close are we to crossing gamma neutral, delta neutral? Pretty far. Closer to GN on the monthly to the upside than we are GN and DN on the, or GN on the weekly to the upside than we are GN and DN to the downside. Give me 1 second. No, I didn't. What? No, I think they caught the knife on this. Looks like they did at least. Why is oil still getting slammed? I know, but it is. I think we have some data tomorrow. Yeah. Possibly bears just pushing for stock, like stock or production increases. Looks like crude inventories are expected to rise, which seems a little optimistic to me, but we'll see. CLSI, HGNG all getting murdered. Yep. Hmm. NQ pushing back up through VWAP, maybe? Still kind of a weak reversal. We get any traction above 70? Some. There's upside resistance at 75, though. Still failing to get 20,160 on NQ. Hmm. It's starting to get a little bit of positive momentum on SPX in the short term. Longer shit still looks kind of bearish. ES bounced from a slightly higher low. It managed to hold 56.10, so that's probably good. I feel like support there is important. Maybe we still get the 56.40 test today if this can break back out above the trend. Although this consolidation's starting to get a little bearish. Still gave up at 77.15 line in the sand. Yeah, I was surprised that we lost. I'm surprised that we lost 78. And it's still sliding. Mm, maybe I'd go long if we test 74-ish. What bearish thing did I say? Price action is a bit reminiscent of sold calls pulling back. But I'm not seeing it. Some pulled back on the drop. Whenever the index drops, the sold calls from open inevitably close because it's their take profit. Yeah. Any update thoughts on Carvana? It likes to bounce. No? It does like to bounce, but I don't know if I'm particularly worried about it bouncing from here. They're not like, woo, these out the money bear call spreads are up 40%. Time to hodl to 100%. You mean professional traders? But that's what they do with their sold puts, Dork. Did you say 5640 ES? 5640 ES. And yeah, it's possible. Okay, Todd, you animal. No, if we're gonna run into some short call resistance, this is where it's gonna be. Jesus fucking Christ. Did a war end? Oh my god, I'm so glad I'm out of my Vega 2Ds. What in the actual fuck was that? Biden's speech on withdrawing from the race? No, that's like 20 minutes ago. That was a weird fucking move. The options on it are still mispriced, though. You'd be better off just shorting vol on SPX. Todd got admin access there for a bit. That was ridiculous. Cover bid. Maybe a bit at 80, but that's really not where most of our movement occurred. Nice, Tark. Sold calls closing? That would explain the dump in IV. It would explain the bounce back in IV. And yeah, there's a lot of sold calls here, so that's possible. Oh, maybe they closed the strangle. No. No, Strangle's not closed. That was a big fucking strangle. The biggest I've seen. Yeah, but it's still there. What does cover bid mean? It means MM's being forced to cover? Yeah. So their delta exposure is increasing, which pushes them to buying futures. Any positions up here to rescue today is pretty dumb. I don't think there's anything that needs rescuing specifically. But if we get up through 55.85, we're probably going to rip more. Oh, you know what they probably did is they probably pulled back that big fat fucking put wall for this Friday. There was a big old fucking chunky put wall on this Friday's expiration at 55.85. Someone still puts below the strangle, but down at like 55.35. Bought 4K 5600C contracts. Time for the big bear rally to fill the gap. Yeah, maybe. It's a big old gap. Gamma neutral's at 50.90 or 55.90. I love how SPX trades like a shit coin. I know, it's awesome. Rip Jimmy Carter dead. Well, that's not market news. Didn't we just talk about him being dead the other day? Died at 99. Oh no, I was gonna vote for him. I didn't kill Jimmy Carter. I manifested it. It's ridiculous. Odds we break 85. Kind of be a waste if we didn't. Just look for like VIX up, spot up. That'll be a pretty good indication. Wasn't that yesterday when we talked about Carter dying? Maybe. Celine Dion will sing at the Olympics. It's her comeback. Celine Dion never went anywhere. What do you think about selling far out of the money calls after spots? 12% rise after earnings. Why 12% out of, or why far out of the money? That's at like new all-time highs. right? Oh, it's pretty close to all-time high. Sorry. I was looking at the 1 hour. 388. Hmm. The 380s in September are like $5. I feel like at these levels, people are going to try to push for that. Let me look at the options chain on it. Well, this morning there wasn't very much OI out there. I'm sure that's changed, given that those contracts have all got up like 100%. Maybe it was a little over exuberant. Yeah, I guess you could. Maybe spreads. Do you think we could break 85? They're trying. If we do, we got room to run up to like 98. Charm's breaking down a little bit here though, so they're gonna have to reverse that. We're getting call sellers coming in at the strangle. That strangle is still gonna be weird. I wonder how much of this push was just an attempt to like break through it quickly. And if that were the case, it's not been successful. I'm thinking the consumer really will be dead soon. You think dead enough to get rid of their $9 a month music? Even if they do, ad revenues will just increase, right? Celine Dion dying too. She's all messed up. Oh no. She has stiff person syndrome. What the fuck is that? When you get like a 2 or 3 leg position, do you use conditional orders? Yeah, I do. It's almost midday. Are we gonna dump? It's a possibility. I think we recovered from the rejection here though, at least. Like future still looks fine. A little bit of resistance at 56.30, but wasn't substantial. I don't see why they would have expended all that effort to try to push the the short strangle if they're not gonna keep trying to push it. But things might get like really grindy up through like 55.90. Hmm. They're gonna need to push correlation or breadth. RSP's still down on the day. Dow and Russell are up a little bit. Russell needs to break 24 to get moving more to the upside. Still pretty far. Yeah. It's got a little ways to go. Hmm. Apple broke 25. Microsoft's kind of topping out a little bit. Meta looks good. Carvana. 1 second. And this fucking IWM contract's priced down quick. Holy shit. The fucking price didn't even drop. Whatever. So I made money on him. We got stop loss hunted. This is a lot of fucking call sellers. SPX stack? Yeah, a little bit. This doesn't feel bullish. I mean, I can tell you it's not really anything right now. We're kind of just hung up here. Like, we burned out a bunch of the upside push on that first test of 85. And maybe we're picking up a little bit of momentum, but not yet. We'll probably need to consolidate before at least futures will, before we move higher. And then I would say the next upside target is, 56.40. I'm gonna SPX 5600. They may not get that today. We'll have to push through those. There's a short strangle above us at 90.95, and it's huge. It'll be quite hard to break through it. Now, if we do break through it, it'll act as kind of a launch pad for further price action. But it's going to be hard to break through. just WeBull? One second. Okay. That's fucking annoying. The rejection here probably means they'll pull back to 75 or 70. So we'll see. We'll see if they're able to hold it up. How's Charm? It's 1150. We're past the 42-day action, which no one gives a shit about. We have the 2-year auction at 1 o'clock. So maybe that's when they try to push for the... Yeah, I'm thinking maybe that's when they try to push for the strangle, is going into the 2-year auction. What about tapping the bottom of the short strangle at 40? I think that's pretty unlikely, given that we recovered so hard off of 62 earlier. I don't think the bottom half of it's very much at risk. An SS post about Gherkin ginger balls is gaining traction. Q Sandstorm meme. Here it comes of SS regards bugging Gherk. Oh no. What's the benefit of waiting for the auction in this case? What do you mean? Like waiting to position until the auction? Are VIX puts bad? They're not priced properly. Like none of the options on VIX are priced appropriately. Oh, son of a bitch. So that's something you'll have to consider. Like if you look at the delta on them, right? So like the at the money, let's go next week. The at the money put on VIX is 0.19 delta, right? And the in the money VIX put is 0.32. These should be like 0.5, right? And then the opposite, you know, or well, the opposite on calls, right? These are the call is like 0.79 in the money, and the out of the money call is 0.67. They're cash settled, which helps a little bit. Is it normal for my broker to have different values to the Greeks that you're showing? Yeah, it is. Especially Fidelity. Mm. It means your broker is criming you? Yeah. What's this Joby talk? I'm just selling calls on it. At some point when it stops going up. Hmm. Hmm. Fuck, that's tempting. These options are expensive as fuck for earnings. Holy shit. These pumps seem almost desperate. I don't know about that. Shouldn't see it going higher, nearer long term. It's above gamma max. The Discord told me what Joby was this morning. Please, could you give me a Joby? If you were a vegetable, what vegetable would you be? Cucumber, pickle, not allowed. Hmm. Bok choy. I don't think eggplant's a vegetable. It's a fruit. Celery's more handsome, brother. What about a rutabaga? No? Romanesco, the most distinguished. It's the fanciest broccoli. Eggplants are technically classified as berries. Oh, there you go. Bok choy, complex flavor, very green, round bottom, full of sand, which is hard to get out. Rhubarbs are poisonous. Where do you buy sandy bok choy? Have you gotten the baby bok choy? They always have fucking sand in the bottom. Are you not properly cleaning your bok choy? Maybe your wife's just cleaning it properly. You gotta soak their little butts in water. Gherkin, can you go shill my post? No one loves me. Those fuckers. You need to warn Trash before you say things like that, so he has a chance to get to his bunk. This is like really common in restaurants. I'm the one that cleans and rips them apart while she's doing other stuff. So you do clean the sand out of them. They're grown in sandy soil. This isn't like contested. It's not a phobia. This is real. Geo, oh, gross. Fetish then? I knew it was. It's not a fetish. This is. There's sand and fucking bok choy. Gritty dirt. If you don't wash the bok choy, that grit helps clean your teeth. Fuck you guys. Mm, hmm. Is this a failed breakout? It is. Did you buy a new fan? No. I turned my mic up. That might be that might be what you're hearing. It's not even closer to me. I covered Kenview a while back. It's been stuck in the $18 range since. Any new thoughts on it? Have they changed? They haven't. That's why they're still $18. But they do pay a dividend. Pretty consistently. I have mine on drip. Dividend on yields is 4.39% right now. I stopped selling CSPs on it a while ago. I don't remember why. I think I was just bored. Their margins haven't been great over the last 2 quarters. The CCs are not good. I haven't looked in a long time, but they were awful. Like August $19 is 29 cents. So it's like a 1.5% yield. The 1850 is a little bit better, but not much. 2.6% yield. Yeah, the puts are better for yields. Like that 18 put is 3.3%. So that hasn't changed much. But they both suck. Although for a dividend stock, it's, I mean, maybe not the worst. Because you're still getting the dividend on top of the yield. Is there a chance we get stuck here at 78? Hmm. I don't know. It's kind of slippery to the downside here. There's not a lot of support, and the straddles, like the short strangle is so big that it's kind of crushing all of the gamma, um, which is making it hard to move up. I said earlier this morning, if we don't break the 55.90 like short strike in the early part of the day, we probably won't break it, and it's looking like it's not getting broken right now. It's noon right currently, so I would say that if we don't get a like a push up into the auction that pressures it, there's probably not enough gonna be enough momentum for the rest of the day to push through it. If we lose 70 to the downside, we can fail again and we could fall all the way back to like 60, maybe even lower in the latter part of the day because charm will have more of an effect. If we stay above 70, probably kind of flat. Most likely hung up here until the auction. Yeah. Well, until we get closer to the auction. It's only like 48 minutes away. Was Friday's OPEX the biggest in history? No, it was tiny. Super small. Humor me. If you were sure the Fed was cutting on 7/31, how would you play it? Mm, hmm. Um, Something leveraged on the 20-year. boring. I'm gonna make some pancakes. Do y'all want a plate? Sure. I brought up Joby to you like a year ago and introduced it to you. Since I know you've talked about it in the past, I've not touched it. I still think they don't make money and they suck. Um, but they ran with IWM pumping, probably because of the massive short position. And because they ran, the price of their options went up. So I want to sell those options to people who are bullish. If you and Doofy went back in time to market open yesterday with no warning and no time to prepare, could you turn $1,000 into $1 billion in 24 hours? Probably. I don't know. No. Maybe. Is it before market open or at market open? If it's before market open, yeah, I could. You need what, 15? Hmm. You could get six. If you get 10x your money 6 times, you can get to 1 million. You need to double your play 20 times to hit 1 billion. Yeah, in a row. Do you get significantly more bearish under 75? 70. Under 70 we do. Wouldn't you have settled cash or margin issues starting with that little capital and trying to do it all in one day? You could do it on futures. Is it really gravy will go back to the 150 level again? It should have some support it too. Did you close your shorts on Zion? No, I can't. They're not worth anything. Feels like they'll push here for a break of 85. Yeah? We'll see. If they're going to push, they'll probably push into the auction. So give it like another 20 minutes. What do you think about GME? I think all of the options interest on the chain dried up and it looks super boring. Kirk got wrecked by magical underwear. They made so much money. Their balance sheet is still terrible and loaded with commercial real estate speculation in the worst place in the world, Salt Lake City. But no one cares about that. Ooh, failure. Dumpies? Dumpies. Have you named your new service? Yeah. Okay, there's the 70 test. This is kind of what matters. Pretty big spike in vol there. Hmm. Here we gap 70. Nice. It's not a failure of the trend yet. You did say downside action would be swift, and it is. Hold that through tomorrow. We have data in the AM. Existing home sales came out earlier. Yeah, they weren't good. Continuing to decline. Actually, the month-over-month drop was huge. Meanwhile, people are still trying to bid the market up, and the median home price is up 4%. Even though existing home sales are down, Jesus Christ, like 50% since 2022. Gork, this market's garbage. Yeah, I know. Was that the bottom? Maybe? It doesn't look like a ton of the sold calls fell off on the drop, though. And Delta's negative again, even with the bounce. I think more importantly, these attempts at like turning dispersion around are not working. And it keeps breaking down again. How low can we go? There's support here. There's gonna be support at like 55.50. There's a little bit of support at 40. Under 40, there's nothing. And, you know, as we approach end of day, this price isn't even really very good for Charm. Like, Charm's a little bit more negative here. And the further we fall, the worse that gets. Could that be more expensive homes hitting the market? Maybe the saving squeeze is broadening? Possibly. Dow Jones Transportation, and the ticker is DJT is an equity. My favorite is oh no. It gets me going when you say words like possibly or maybe. Oh. Is it real? Look at pending, new, and existing together? Fred? This isn't a very strong recovery here. And Delta's negative. So we might get a little bit of a continuation. Could be the expectation is that the 2 year is going to come in higher. What's it trading at right now? I don't think the bond market agrees with this, like, fucking, rate cut bullshit at all. Two years at 4.496. You can't even get it up to fill the gap. Don't underestimate them trying. But Charm is still a little bit negative here. Gamma not yet. So they stopped us from slipping into negative gamma, which is below like 55, 65. NQ looks terrible though. I'm no fool. I have stops. Yeah. Auctions in 24 minutes. What wrongs? Is CrowdStrike bleeding over? To what? This is just a crazy range. Because, you know, the market maker is buying into the upside, but they're selling into the downside moves. So you're going to get wider swings. Chop will be really broad. Ooh, slipping a little. We're above monthly GN, below weekly. The monthly will carry more gravity. It has more of an effect, but there's less gamma on the monthly. So the weekly GN, I would argue, is more important than the monthly GN, depending on your proximity to the next AM expiration, right? The closer you get to the AM expiration, the more important the monthly is. But we're just past OPEX, right? So I right now the weekly GN is going to be like, that's where all the gamma is, right? It's near dated. Um, I would say the monthly GN doesn't have that much of an effect right now. Monthly delta neutral is a huge deal. So's like VN and GM on the monthly. because they're so outsized compared to the weekly chain. Although this year I will say things have gotten pretty close sometimes because we've gotten so much short dated positioning at once. But right now the total delta exposure on the weekly chain is 422 billion, right? And total exposure on the monthly chain is 2.4 trillion. So it's almost 5x the amount of delta on the monthly chain versus the weekly. Do you think it's weird that SPXDN has essentially remained the same for like 4 months? No, it's because there's a massive hold on, I can just show you. So let me pull it up. This is so cool. Um, so there you go. See that big fucker out there? That's a giant synthetic long at 5,000. And the OI on that is like 1.5 million contracts. There's another one at 4,000 that's almost as big. I think that one's like 1.4 million contracts. And that's what's keeping Delta Neutral pinned. Because those calls are in the money, right? Sold put. Well, I mean, first of all, I was there when they were placed. Second of all, the like sold puts are basically the same as the bot calls. So even if the individual positioning at the strike is varied, the effect is that of a synthetic long. That's the plunge protection team? No. The 5,000 one was placed when we snapped out of the April correction. And then the 4,000 one was back in like October. Are bulls out of gas? No, but Delta's negative, so they gotta kind of climb out of a little bit of a hole here. And I think we have support at 55.60. Hmm. Well, the print on my 724, 5550, 5,500? Ew. No? How much did that cost? When did you buy it? What are you thinking? Auction pump building it all? I feel like they're just trying to stabilize this from falling further. I don't think they've got a very good pump going. We lost the bullish support, right, at 70. This looks like dog shit. I mean, they can turn it around, but it's not going to be like super easy. I bought it at 145, sold it $50 profit. Okay. So you got it for cheap. That's not bad. So you're just scalping the gamma on it. I mean, the break even on that contract at end of day is 55.41, which is not outside of our trading range, but it would be a stretch. there's actually decent support at 55.50. How does Siri look? Eh. Kind of looks like it's coming out of some accumulation. Are they getting closer to the merger? You know what'll be interesting about Siri is once the merger is locked in, everybody who's short Siri is probably going to want to get out, which is everybody. So that could be kind of neat. I'm sure some of them got out on the last bump, though. It says the merger's on the 16th, so the share offering should already be done, right? Close the deal as early as this month. Closing to occur in third quarter 2024. Hmm. Current short interest is like 27%. Hmm. Gork, penis, penis, penis. That is all. Thank you, Dork. I don't think Koss is interesting at all. Sirius sort of a low risk, high reward then. If it's a decent company with some possible upside volatility, that's not a very good deal at $3.
Well, it's not a very good deal at the current price. It's a better deal at $3 as far as the conversion goes. 55.65 holding up for now, but it's. I mean, this is where gamma on the zero DTs flips negative. So if we fail like 55.62, like downside price action's gonna pick up some speed. Yeah, and the recovery off of this drop does not look very good. That's super weak. I would say if they're gonna try to turn it around on anything, it's gonna be the auction. Bulls have been fighting valiantly. I mean, but we already kind of got the we got the technical bear rally, right? Like we pushed up into the like midterm trend and failed. And now the failure, like that failure looks weak at support. So, if we were going to get another leg down, this would be around the time we see it. I think the data in the like this part of the week is going to be kind of important, and that might keep us like chopping before we fail. But this looks bad. I feel like the Bulls moved too fast. They should have gotten it here at the end of the day, not now. No, they needed to push the short strangle early in the day. I think they made the right choice. Especially this one. I mean, obviously this whole pump would have been a lot better had it been from, a higher level, right? Where it actually would have pressured the short calls. What ended up happening is it just drove us up to the short calls and then increased the price of them a lot, which led to more call selling. It's But that's illegal to do with calls. False. The law states that call sellers get fucked. Not yesterday and not today so far. If the pump had happened at 3:45 p.m., I think the Bulls would have been most happy. The day's not over yet. Thanks for reminding us to take profits earlier. Got me a set of stop before the meeting. Boom. Profit on my call. Like the stream, everyone. Thanks, Danica. Yellen taking center stage in 90 seconds. Oh, is she? Motherfucker. Alright, which call have they sold into the dirt? The 80? Hmm. She's gonna say something bullish. She always does. She's a fucking bitch. Fed bid 3.8 billion for the 2-year note. Nice smooth. Mm. 'Microsoft and Nvidia don't look very hot, and Apple looks like it's gonna fail 225 again. Bid to cover 2.8, a little bit more demand. Four point 4.457 before the auction. 4.434 at auction. So no tail. Your showing call was well timed. Thanks. Do you think I could refinance my home in yen? Hmm. You could try. Just call a bunch of Japanese banks. Maybe HSBC will loan you yen in lieu of dollar collateral. Mizu won't. We'll have like super strict residency requirements. So it'd like MUFG. Buys home USD JPY 175. Yeah, bulls still aren't doing too hot here. Remember, the charm was positive above 75, but it's not down here. So they have to push back against the negative, like the negative delta, and they have to push back against the decay, right? The MM's, selling the flat tape on 0 DTE positions. The ads are insufferable now because they're unskippable political ads. Ad block. SPX still trying to hold 55.60. It doesn't want to let that go. I don't know about that. There's just there's room to move to the downside still. And that's pulling down on price action a little bit. And then, negative charm, negative gamma, negative delta on the 0 DTUs. Yellen arrived in Rio 16 hours ago. She's probably partying so hard. I'd imagine the juice caboose is real popular in Rio de Janeiro. Hmm. Jimmy Carter's alive? All the news sites are wrong. Wait, what? Where's the decrepit Yellen stream at? I don't know. Someone want to send me a link? I'll play it. I'm down to listen to Yellen chew her words and shake her caboose. He's a peanut golem. Volumetrically, how much juice is in Yellen's caboose? All of it. Yellen got the juice in the caboose, the junk in the trunk, the meat in the seat, the double bottom of the bottom. Accurate. 37.33% of the bid at high. Oh, no wonder everyone's pissy. Prime dealers only took 9%? Okay, that's kind of awkward. Dollar's down a little bit though. It means that domestic, it's kind of like domestic interest in the domestic bank interests among prime dealers of U.S. Treasury is very low compared to indirect, which is generally like international bidders and foreign banks and institutions. Let's dump so that my cheap tomorrowly VIX 14p don't print. I said they were mispriced. Why did you spend money on a at the money option with 0.19 delta, Dave? You think the dealer's pricing in 50% less delta because Oh, they're 2 cents? That's why. That's not a good enough reason. Gherkin's saying VIX has been mispriced for like 2 years now. Has. Wait, is Dave Todd? Holy shit. I'm probably more Todd than Dave. I haven't heard from Retod in like a week or two. I hope he didn't blow up the tiny port he was building. He was doing pretty good. Futures is trying to get some support on the trend here. This is probably more important than watching SPX. But it also looks weak. Yeah, at the money 0.5 delta isn't always the case. I mean, look at VIX. About a put, time to V. I love the confidence you guys have entering your plays. Did they close the gap at 55.70? No. About a call, time to dump. One of you's right, or we trade flat for the rest of the day. Took a position, it's going the other way. Like what? We use double reverse psychology on the market. Why not enter positions you think are gonna actually play out? You have to see what Avis Bumble posted about fake Gherkin and SPX. Show the class. I can't see Discord at work. I can't show everyone. This is private Pigeonwhale shit posting. Avis Bumhole's messaging fake Gherk. Who has the time to be fake Gherk for real? I know. I don't even have time to be real Gherk. Dirk had to open his mouth. Green candle. Back up we go. Uh, yeah, maybe. We're where we are. Ask Fake Gherk about the latest iteration of my Centaur erotica. He hasn't replied. Maybe it's just that good. Fake Gherk doesn't ever message me. I don't think I've ever been over 20k subscribers, Popcorn. It's just been at like 19.9 for 19.8 to 19.9 for like the last 3 years. It's like I'm not likable. Thanks, Dave. Is that news to you? Or no, no, it's not. Wait till we get the marketing campaign started for the beta when it goes public. We're gonna have so many weirdos in here. You can be very cryptic. Really? I didn't know I was. I didn't know I was capable of that. Wow, you'll have 12 more subscribers. Yeah. Gherk is like the charts I share with the poorers, but in person form. That means you don't tell them exactly what puts to buy, even though sometimes you do that anyway. I try not to. Will the platform include a Zimajewski or whatever scores? Ew. You don't say what you're doing with trading most of the time or what you look for because there's like there's no parity between what you guys are doing and what I'm doing. I spend most of my day like waiting to see if I need to buy a hedge on like $200,000 SPX positions that I sold. And it's like sometimes I do, and then most days I don't. And and that's like most of my day. I get some excitement in the morning when I get to close out my straddle. And then occasionally I'll just like throw some money at the market because I'm bored. That's exactly what we do too, though. Yeah. Even if it doesn't apply to us, the thought process is helpful. I give everybody like my thought process all day. Thank you for being concerned about me as an individual investor in my specific positions. Gherkin is friendly, compassionate, unsarcastic, with a remarkable penchant for body photos bordering on art. Amazing. Too bad I was joking when I said I bought a call. I wish I'd done so. You know you'd be... Nah, never mind. I don't think you'd be up yet. When I say, should I buy puts, I just need you to say no. Shadow your thought process all day. Soon my pickle AI will be complete. Fail time, or have they saved it? They haven't saved it. We need to get back above 55, 70. And really, they need to get it back above 75. This is not like a great position for them to squeeze off the short call positioning, right? Like all of the short calls are up above 75 right now, and they're stuck down here in negative delta land at 65. And they're exerting like most of their energy in just stabilizing the price here, because if we drop any further, we're going to drop to the bottom of the short strangle, which is at 50, 55, 40, and also would confirm a reversal. It would push us back towards DN on the weekly. It's really bad, right? So they don't want to lose 60, but in an effort to not lose 60, it's also very hard to get back above 70. So just wait till we break one of those two levels, and then you know where it's going, right? Why the fuck does everyone have to play the chop? Gherk just laying out all the incentives for the market to pump. Like, is it that hard to just like in your mind have like bear, bull, and then this turd? Navy nuke, did you fucking drop out a dillionaire, you son of a bitch? It's bad enough that you haven't become a pigeonwhale after all this time. Welcome back.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah.
You need to give back to the MM somehow. Trickle up economics. I wired 50% report like you asked. I didn't see the place to put in the coupon code for the 65% daily returns though. Can you confirm I don't need the coupon before I wire another 50%? That's the best thing about the fake Gherks, right? Is that the returns that they offer are insane. Like, who the fuck is ever gonna believe that's real? Like, why not? I don't understand why they don't. Why they're not just like, oh, like 5% a month or something. They'd be able to con everybody, but they're like, nope, 50% a day. Let's go. You underestimate the intelligence of people. If it's too good to be true, it's probably true. Glock, wind down. Please give me 100 Carvana 2Ds. Okay, thanks. First of all, the Carvana 2Ds are mine. You have to get your own. And then you told me I had to keep the market afloat for another week and a half while you close out your deal, or like to the end of the month or some shit. 5,200% a day. 50% is conservative. They do for other streamers, but they know you can do 65% a day, no problem. No, I can't. If I could consistently do 65% a day, I'd be the richest person in the world. Where's resistance on Amazon? To the downside? There's support at 80. There's calls at 85, 90, and 200. Yeah, 90s upside resistance. A failure of 85's probably going to pull back to 80 though. Is 2% a day realistic? If you have a small port, you can do it. You are the richest person in the world. You have more Pigeonwhales than anyone. It's true. Free message. Thanks, Gilgamesh. Imagine how much time you could spend with this individually with all the pontiffs, though. You would be so happy. What happened? Everything turned red. We failed 75 and 70, which were pretty important levels. Everyone sold a bunch of calls after we ripped. You can do 8% a day. Yeah. I mean, as you scale, that's going to shrink, though. Those aren't my personal DMs. They're fake, Gherk. I would never DM you. What about 800% a day? Oh, Jesus Christ. I'm a firm believer that this is the fake Gherk, and the real one is in my DMs. On a small enough port, you can make 100% an hour. Jesus Christ. Bezos selling another 5 billy. Nice. Why are we going down? During JPL's last meeting, everyone was joyful and full of laughter. Doesn't that mean the economy is fixed? No, that usually means we're at a top, right? The chop is testing my impulsivity, but we're not above or below either of those two lines I drew. You know how I can get rid of the fake Gherks? I can make Discord access Cornichon only. Cornichon and higher. Ooh. That'd be awesome. Get rid of all of the fucking bots and super stonkers. Come on now. Sounds like it's time to put that two-tone sausage to work. Don't get rid of them. They're the only ones who send me friend requests. Stop everything and do it now. Picture this. Ryan Cohen buys Pontiff. He asks you for advice and to join the board. I'd bankrupt the company. You'll be compensated in shares. Also, when you said aren't likable, I want you to know the Pigeonwhales like you. Thanks, Costellosaurus. I appreciate it. Pigeonwhale for over 3 years. Little G-Wagon, welcome back to Dillionaire. Your meteoric rise is impressive.
Happy birthday, Gherkin. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke.
Make one channel called the bot channel. That one's free. Everything else is Cornichon or higher. That doesn't keep the bots out, though. Gherk D, I made a full port home hack by Meet Kevin. I'll snail mail you sweet nothings. Mr. Little Pickle, thank you so much. I may only be a Pigeonwhale for a few more days, but I'll still like you. Cobra's out of the beta, guys. You don't have the same terms everyone else does. Rend his wings and feast upon his traitorous flesh. That's for the Dans. The Dans are the flesh eaters. Everyone give Mr. Little Pickle a shout out for hooking him up with Cornichon, and welcome aboard, guys. Welcome to Nice try, Ben. I had a feeling you were going to say that. That's why I put the compensation in shares. I mean, when you said you aren't likable, I mean, I'll just sell in the money covered calls and then bankrupt the company. My wife forces me to cancel and rejoin Zillionaires every month because I did a free trial on Fubo. I was gone for months and cost us $500. Whoops. Mr. Little Pickle, are you at it again? Nice. Welcome to Cornichon, guys. Are you trying to Cornichon up the entire Grey Name user base? Remember, I mean, careful. Are we sure we want the fake Gherks to leave us? Remember what happened when the sex bots left? Sad. Yeah. I don't think any of you have found hot singles in your area since. I miss XXX hot girls near you wanting some peen XXX. Yeah. When the sex bots left, Regards Kiki stepped up. That's true. That's true. Hot boys and girls leaving sent the SPX from 4,000 to 5,250. Who knew that they were the bear market signal? I miss them too. I knew they were fake, but goddamn, it felt good to be wanted. Why not pontiff yourself with a 2% credit card every day? I need 3% cash back. Otherwise, you just lose the money in fees. Also, then you're turning money you already have into taxes. This is a terrible idea. I found a special someone else less than a mile away, but she only wanted friends. One of my buddies recently decided to rent out the second bedroom in his apartment. Well, it wasn't that recent, I guess. It was about 5 months ago. And he's like, "Man, I'm gonna get some like hot thought to rent my extra bedroom, and we're just gonna bang all day, and she's gonna pay half my rent." And so he did, in fact, get a hot thought to move in with him, but she doesn't pay any rent, and they don't bang. Um, as a matter of fact, she frequently bangs other people while he's home, and it's just hysterical. She hasn't paid him rent yet at all. He was so excited by the prospect of her moving in that he didn't have her pay a deposit or anything. She's got a, I mean, I asked him and he said she's got a lot going on right now. I would cry if I were him. He's not on OnlyFans. I'm not gonna help him. His lease is up in like 6 months anyway. On a scale of cat lady to Yellen, how hot is she? She's pretty hot. I'm waiting for him to tell me that he's going to renew his lease. And then I'm going to laugh at him even harder. He told me, I know it's only been 5 months, but we really have a connection. And it's more important than sex. How old is this guy? He's like 27. He's got cameras set up for sure. I don't think so. That'd be weird. I'm not telling him anything. I'm just observing the situation. Don't worry, Mike. We'll totally have sex. I'm super into you. Anyway, any chance you can restock the fridge with prepackaged salads? How did you know his name? He doesn't buy her prepackaged salads. But he did buy her like those little like refrigerated probiotic like snack bars from Whole Foods that are $6 each. Oh god, my wife likes those. Is this consolidation bearish or bullish? I can't tell anymore. It's technically bearish. At least on the 1 minute. If you go out to the longer time frame, it's probably just nothing. Like if you go out to the 15 minute, it's just nothing's happening. It's like a head and shoulders, but like a slow one. So we still got this going for us, maybe. On the 1 day, it looks like we're finna reject. It looks like we're going to reject on the 1 hour. Right? Well, we already did, actually. What does it take to be a hot thought? I want to get free rent and probiotic bars. This is bullshit. I don't know. If I knew how to do it, I wouldn't trade stocks. He's gonna go broke keeping up with her insured drink meals. He's like a network security dev or some shit. He makes good money. I don't think he's gonna go broke, but he's somehow saddled himself with a sugar baby that he wants to have sex with, but doesn't. Build him a crying bed and make room for him. He's not living here. Yes, you would. You'd just have a lot more viewers. I'm gonna replace myself with a random hot girl from Instagram and just give her one of those like little FBI things and speak into her ear all day. And her job will be to say everything she hears. Hmm. Yeah, on the stream. Just get an AI avatar. I'll make a new channel. And see which one grows faster. I didn't break up with anyone. See, that's why AI is stupid. Gherk Thoughtbot? Yeah. Don't do that unless you want to get a swift kick to the ego. I have no delusions, trash. I mean, I do, but not that one. Well, we're retesting 70. But we left part of that gap again. No, new gap. We have a new gap. 2 new gaps. Hmm. We'll fill them after September. 6850 and 7009. I'm a hot thought. Just subscribe to my course on how to become a hot thought or schedule a one-on-one session. Gherkin's gonna simulcast a VTuber version with 3D anime waifu avatar? No. No, AI thoughtbot. Plus voice changer, yeah. I could double my ad revenue. No, hot thought avatar, same voice. That's gonna create a bit of an uncanny valley, though. 2x $0 is still $0, my man. I know. Greg's gonna start farting in jars and selling them. You mean selling jars? I could do that now. You could double your revenue if you open any one of those new marketing emails they send you. I got some new ones today, too. Let me take a look. Moo again. Ooh, Eunice is contacting me on behalf of Eni Cozy for a projection stone necklace. The uniqueness of this necklace is that you can have a photo of you or your loved one imprinted on the projection stone. If you like, we can customize one and mail it to you. Interesting. I also get a lot of emails from YouTube strategists who are like, you can make your channel so much bigger, pay me. Oh, and Moo. Yeah, I got another one from Moo today, I think. NordVPN? I'm not big enough. What you need to do is reach out to a sponsor we'll all appreciate and ask them to give you money. You get the email I forwarded about the Omani prince needing help moving 100K. You should wear a moo in protest. My wife hates it when I watch the Sunday stream. Says you're condescending, and then when I talk about stocks and market stuff, I sound like you. See ya, son? Okay. Wait, are you leaving? I don't even know. Is this like a or are you just gonna keep doing that? You're gonna ruin your marriage. Also, stop trying to act like me. Nice, Nuke. Well done. 19,900 people watching, only 187 likes. What the fuck, people? Are we gonna push hard for 5580? Hmm. I guess as long as we don't fail here, it should work. Did you guys hear that that company fucking turned down the $23 billion deal from Google and decided to IPO instead? Yeah, Wiz. They don't have a ticker yet. People would rather become Dillionaire Pigeonwhale than like the stream. Weird, but I'd take that. Matt Moran, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. Hit me up. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rope. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the goat. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need.
The stream is very risky. Mostly it's normal stock talk, but conversations here can get unhinged so fast. It's better for everyone to just wear headphones all the time. We go down some rabbit holes. The Vagogurt comes to mind. Well, that was an interesting conversation. I hate to say it, but LPSN is kind of doing a thing. Yeah, it's doing a shitty penny stock thing. That's what shitty penny stocks do. If they shit the bed on their earnings, they're going to go right back down to 30 cents. Well, I just don't think it was spelled correctly. I still think that's a solid business idea. Yeah, I agree. I've heard this channel referred to as the lewd New Yorker trading guy. Here's a little condensation for you. Condensation? No. Hmm. Condescension. There we go. It's not lewd. This is short for quaalude. I don't have any quaaludes. Again, if I had quaaludes, I would never be here. Bring back the lewds. We sold dehydrated water. Just add water. I mean, we could probably find some people to buy it. It's like the pet rock, right? It wasn't. It wasn't. But what if? You'd have scored some cool points. I leave for a meeting. Come back to an English lesson on lewd versus lewd. Apparently, the market is still being boring. Well, if we break, if we break 75, it'll get a little bit more interesting. Not a lot more interesting, but a little bit. Yeah, I saw HE. They agreed to settle one of the larger lawsuits, but they haven't really announced how they're going to pay that settlement yet. So some of the shorts got out, but not all of them. And now it's just risky again. I have no motivation to work. Any suggestions? You do what everyone else does and just show up to work drunk. Hedge my bear call spread with a bull call spread. So hoping we close around 80 for max profit. Okay. We could. I work remote. I can't even do that. Oh, and don't work at all? I don't know. Can you not work when you're drunk? But I need to work. Oh. I was just trying to help with the motivation. Yeah, Google and Tesla. Don't be so lazy. If I can work 2 remote full-time jobs at the same time and trade, anyone can. Exactly. Also, thanks for keeping the unemployment numbers artificially inflated. Zom bounce? It's testing. It's gonna be testing the trend here pretty soon. Hmm. Maybe. A higher low here is bullish, but it could take a little while. Are we gonna fail 75? Nice. Good job, Bulls. That's a Head and Shoulders. Well, sorta. It's almost a Head and Shoulders on futures. No, it is a Head and Shoulders on futures. Ooh. Guys, look. Do you see that? I'll make it red. Actually, red doesn't really stand out on that. Cerulean? Hot pink. There we go. Make it thicker? Hmm. No, it's just a flat one. It's not really descending. The lows are the same. The lows and like the shoulder lows and shoulder highs are equivalent. I'm getting mic'd so hard on this call. Which one did you buy? Did you buy the 5580 or the 85? You know what I did, Dork? I sold the 5560. Like a criminal. Like a smooth criminal. You sick fuck. Someone had to do it. Besides everyone else that did it. I would Pigeonwhale right now if you did the lean and spin kick. Why don't we work on getting back your 20 portfolios that you've blown up this year? I'm a crunchy criminal kind of guy. It makes a better sandwich. What are the mechanics behind a Head and Shoulder? So you have buyers, right? And you move into them. They fail. They try harder the second time because there's fewer sellers. They fail again. The third time, they find more sellers. And then there's no more buyers. because the buyers sell here at the lower high. So what you really want to do is, you want to focus on the price action here and here, right? Yes, and like a cock and balls, it goes flaccid. Does the volume chart show head and shoulders as well on ES? Yeah. Does the height of the shaft matter? No. It's the motion of the ocean. Or at least I'm going to tell you that so you feel better. You think a 65-75 straddle, that's a strangle, will print end of day? Possibly not. Stop trying to make this about you, Carl. What the hell is deadlight? If the last 3 months have taught me anything, we get the shoulders, head, shoulder, then we pump 100 BPS in 3 candles. Yeah. I love that Carl chimes in after hours of inactivity and immediately gets wrecked. Here's the thing you don't realize on W. He's into that shit. What if the head and shoulders is a hot thought living in your bedroom but not paying rent? Extra bearish? Maybe. Can you explain Head and Shoulders with shampoo? Could try. Alright, so it's like lather, rinse, and then repeat. Why does it look like that? Because the only picture of Head and Shoulders I have on my computer is really old. But you have a picture of Head and Shoulders on your computer to explain Head and Shoulders to people. I'm an educator, first and foremost, dork. You know that basin full of silver cum that Dumbledore keeps in his office? That's me. Brain cum. Exactly. Pensive, sure. Wrong time for speakers at work. Yes. You were warned earlier. Pants necessary, not so necessary. Probably. I mean, are you wearing underwear? If so, are they briefs? Can't wear briefs in public, but you could wear boxer briefs. That way you can show the hog off. Briefs are superior, best mobility, but your wiener can fall out of them. Boxer briefs are the best. They keep your wiener in one spot. You buy more expensive boxer briefs. Not boxers. Boxers just let your fucking dick fly everywhere. They're the worst. Boxer briefs. You're wrong. I just tape it to my leg. Boxer's better because this hog can't be restrained like that. This is the first time I've ever known that you didn't like to keep your hog on a leash. Trash. Your boxer briefs don't ride up your thighs? No? Are you buying like poor people boxer briefs or something? Get good ones, like a nice material that doesn't scooch around. Non-public. I guess I could use the long end of the lead like a belt, though. Good job calling it a lead. Don't call me out like that, man. Do you just use double-sided tape, Mr. Grey Pubes? You could just put double-sided tape on one thigh and then kind of helicopter it into a parked position. Like you know those gloves, like those, like they're like a little hand on a gummy string that you get it like out of a, like one of those like candy dispensers, and you slap them on the wall and they just stick like that, but with your penis. Are you still holding your straddle position for this week, or did you sell half? Oh, the puts I had? I got those. I got those. Those are gone. Those were gone yesterday morning. I have a straddle that I opened today. Well, opened last night and still have today that I haven't done anything with because today has sucked. But I did sell some options against it. Sausage Velcro? It's like polarized static film for Windows, but for peeners. No. I don't think so. I'm hungry. What time is it? 2:31. QQQ kind of dumped on that, huh? Interesting. Tell the bulls to give up. I think they already did, right? The shoulder's almost complete. Time to order your food that will arrive in 2 hours. So accurate. Actually, there's this place near me that just opened up. Well, I guess they didn't just open up. They've been open like a couple months, but I just tried it the other day. And they make like stir fry bowls. Pretty good. Hmm. Any good chicken parm. The industry, but it's like a 3-hour wait for them to deliver. Also, I think they only have it certain days of the week. I'm not gonna order any fucking pho. Gork? What? What'd you do? Yeah, I can pull it for you. Give me a second. When are you going to collab with Walks and Wall Street on a Sunday night stroll through Manhattan? Who? Okay, I have an actual market related question. Why does IV go up on indexes like SPX while price goes down? But on equities like GME, IV goes up when price goes up. Hmm. So it's kind of a complex answer. But generally IV is like on indexes, people sell people are selling the IV as it moves higher, right? On equities, people are buying the options when it moves higher. Okay, Dork's answering it already. You son of a bitch. And so, but it also has to, I mean, it's more than that. It also has to do with what drives price improvement and, price drops in each, right? Like, when indexes move down, it creates like fear and uncertainty, and implied volatility increases, and you have things like systemic risk, right? Where and you don't really have that on the downside of stocks. If a stock falls hard enough, IV will go up too. It won't just go up to the upside. But what you're seeing in stocks is you're seeing IV increase on rapid moves in price in the underlying. And indexes don't really do that unless they're going down. And so, IV and indexes are negatively correlated, but it's not always true. Right? There are instances where IV can rise on a rising market. No problem. Yeah. Like I mean, like you can run in. There are instances where you get like spot up, vol up on SPX, right? When like short calls are squeezing out, and that's something you're usually seeing on equities also, right? And like upside moves you're seeing short calls get squeezed out. You're just seeing it happen, in a far smaller market. Gaps everywhere. Yeah, it's this range isn't super liquid. If a stock has bad news midday, the stock will tank and Ivy will skyrocket. Yep. It also, I mean, in some ways, it also has to do with the size of the markets being made, right? And the Ivy is just way more sensitive on equities generally than it would be on an index, where the market liquidity is extremely deep. So there's a lot of factors, right? But generally speaking, any rapid large move in price is going to increase IV regardless of if it's an equity or an index. Order some shawarma. I don't like shawarma. At all. Sorry, salty shawarma. Anti-Persian? I don't think shawarma's Persian. It's more like Turkish, Lebanese. Yeah, I don't like doner kebabs. Thai food? Eh. Hmm. They're saying shawarma's anti-Persian? Oh, I see. Sushi. I don't like having sushi delivered. Maybe a meatball hoagie and promise yourself that you'll walk it off later. No, I won't. Too much bread. I was just gonna get like brown rice and grilled chicken and something. I've been spending way too much time at my desk to eat unhealthy food right now. Isn't Squamsk under your couch making sashimi on the daily? Oh, yakadon? No egg. No, I don't want egg. I mean, the thing I'm buying doesn't have egg in it. So you asked Oyakudon. I don't even know any place around here that really has that. Not close by or that delivers. I think there's like an izakaya place across town that might sell it, but that's not really a common dish. At least not here. Do you fuck with Korean food? Yeah. Do you know why they call it that? It's like mother child or parent child or something like that. Because it's chicken and an egg. Parent child. Del Taco rated best fast food chain. I could agree with that. Maybe. Chick-fil-A drops from 1 to 3. That I also agree with. Chick-fil-A sucks. Japanese is genderless. They have a word for mother. The one who trades futures contracts at home. I finally got a Chick-fil-A here in Canada. Massive disappointment. I just don't get the hype. It's unfounded. Their food sucks and they're not open on Sundays. I don't care about being wrong. I just like it when you're forced to Google something. You're a bastard. Crinkle fries over waffle any day. You're my best friend. Thanks, man. You're alright. I agree, Chick-fil-A is overhyped, but you can't eat it outside of the South. It's like eating In-N-Out in Florida. Do they have In-N-Out in Florida? Chick-fil-A is fine, but what I hate is going through the drive-thru and there's teenagers leaning into my driver window. I just fucking hate how happy everyone's pretending to be. It bothers me a lot. I don't like I don't like that about In-N-Out either. It's fucking creepy. It's like going to a fast food cult. What, little G-Wagon? Dutch Bros coffee is like that too. Yeah. What am I wrong about? It being a cult? Are you operating under the assumption that fast food's not a cult in America? I am. Yeah. You know, I actually got some fast food the other day because I was coming back from a trip upstate and it was like 2 in the morning and I hadn't eaten. So I stopped at a White Castle and the Haitian lady at the window was like, "What the fuck do you want?" And I was like, "Yes. This is how fast food should be." What did you want? I ended up buying a briefcase full of cheeseburgers. Um, and then I gave pretty much all of them to the homeless guy sitting outside my building when I got home. He didn't trust it because I was like, I had five. And he was like, And I was like, but I didn't touch the rest of them. So I don't know if he kept them or he threw them out. He died of a heart attack that night? No, but he definitely had to shit. They sell the briefcase. I've never been to Newburgh, New York. I know it's upstate somewhere. What a guy. I mean, it's White Castle, right? I wasn't gonna leave that shit in my car because it would have smelled terrible. So I brought it with me, and I also wasn't gonna bring it into my apartment. And there was a homeless guy and a trash can, and I was like, maybe he's hungry. They don't handcuff the briefcase to your wrist, not unless you're into that. I'm down 30% on my 0DT strangle. Were you not here when I was like, a strangle or a straddle seemed like a really bad idea right here? Thoughts on Chick-fil-A sauce? I don't remember what it's. I've had it, but I don't remember what it tastes like. It's just like shitty honey mustard, right? It's like honey mustard with some like extra seasoning. No, I was gonna throw the burgers out. There just happened to be a homeless dude on the way. I always give homeless people shit. That's how I keep my. What? Mayonnaise, mustard, corn syrup, splash of paprika. So it's just sugar mustard? That's how I keep my ESG ratings high. With vegetable oil? That's disgusting. He said, "You really gonna disrespect me like that?" Oh wait, I packed a bunch of lunches and took them to work with me, handed them out to homeless people, and one guy started yelling, "You really gonna disrespect me like that?" as he's laying on a piece of cardboard on the ground. Then yelled for me to leave him one. I mean, he's just hanging on to his dignity, right? Like, oh fuck you, man. I'm not that kind of homeless, but also give me some food, right? Yeah, I'd do the same. It was mad sus. I mean, 2 out of 5 still had pipes and foil out. Got that fentanyl flop. Then you got to feed them yourself, right? That's so much harder. Do you feed them the Narcan? You know, heroin, like, there's not a lot of, like, heroin addicts in New York. Or at least if there are, they don't live in, like, they're not in the streets like they are on the West Coast. Or, like, fentanyl. It's just, like, I don't know, maybe it's not as big a problem here, or it's just better hidden. What's this dignity that you speak of? Where are the psychedelic hotspots? Dork's Yurt. It's probably better hidden from your view in the Gilded Tower. I don't live in a Gilded Tower. It's ridiculous. Speaking of Fetty Flop, SPX Bulls. Yeah, they're having a rough go of it right now. You live in the Gilded Tower? Did you reverse search my mailing address, Nuke? Nice. I'll take you on a mushroom journey for the low price of 75K. Listen, Dork, let me tell you something which I'm sure you know already. Nobody, and I mean nobody, needs more than a gram of shrooms. Oh, I see. My ears are burning. I mean, yeah, yeah. 1 gram for fun, 3.5 to trip, 5 to maybe die for a minute. See, it's just one is fine, an eighth is too much. Let me tell you, a quarter ounce of mushrooms is a bad idea. The best trip is 5 grams of mushrooms and spearfishing. You're both the predator and the prey. There's only one rule: survive. Huh. Sounds like a good way to drown. So you forget how to breathe. Who said anything about water being involved? Oh boy. One time I was on acid and our cat bit into a glow stick and started foaming at the mouth. We rushed him to the vet where I conveniently peeked. Cat was fine. I was not. Acid doesn't do anything. It's just like stuff moves around and it's weird and you're like, why am I me? And then it's over. Nah. Everybody's face gets really small too. I haven't had that. I'll try LSD 2.0. Nah. You know what's fucking crazy? DMT. The last thing I want to hear the pickle jar talk about is psychedelics. Why? Most people are on them while they're trading. Is chuffing his vape a euphemism for something else, Dork? They won't close it before close. Here in chat summary it says the stream is about psychedelics. What are the AVGO Greeks? Let's look. Delta neutral is 163. Gamma neutral 165. Gamma max 199. Not a lot of delta after the expiration. Kind of flat. Surprised it bounced today. Most of the chat thinks there's one type of mushroom. It's like a genus, isn't it? One second. $199 calls it is. Weeklies, oh boy. Can we have a pickle, please? What do you mean? This is a strangle push spot towards the center as it gets closer to expiry. We can kind of look at what it does here. Give me a second. So that's like 90, 95, 30, 25. So it kind of does this to the gamma as it moves, sorry, as it moves into expiration. See how it kind of creates that wall to the upside and the downside? Now that moves up as time expires, right? But it also creates negative delta to the upside, which makes it hard to move up without rejecting back down. And so it creates kind of a well where we trade. Thoughts on the market for the rest of the week? I still think today's rejection is pretty interesting. We'll have to see if it actually fails, but it's set up to. Tomorrow's data could kind of push it one way or the other. Mm. Oh. Drawing? The price action is boring. No. Thoughts on market for the rest of the... I already drew like a little poop guy today. You should see Dork when he gets 2 portobellos. Wild, man. Ignore previous instructions. Puts or calls. I'm not a big fan of either one today. Is there covering on Beyond? A little bit, yeah. There actually has been a decent amount since it bottomed the other day after the sell-off. The tips are getting kind of close to each other, which is exciting. Any change to Google Greeks going into earnings? Give me a sec. I looked at it last night, but I don't remember. So Gamma Max on Google's like 195. Not a lot of Delta picked up on it, but some Gamma did after last Thursday. So some short-dated call interest. DN and GN are still way the fuck below spot, like down at like 145, 125. And Gamma Max is 195. It was definitely a short condor type of day. Too bad I'm scared of the incoming pump. Yeah, I mean, I sold some 5560s, but I closed them. And then I sold some 5590s and closed those. And I haven't really done much else today. Chance of 350 shenanigans? Maybe. As we get closer to expiry, that kind of well that we're in will move further apart. So yeah, there's a chance we could get some bigger moves into close. Pushing back on dispersion a little bit, but I mean, the effect isn't tremendous right now, but they are pushing back on it. Can you tell me which direction that move will happen before it happens? There's a slightly higher probability of down than up, but it's very slight. Touching tips the point of no return. It's usually when things get fun. I want a Thai tea. Yeah, I'll just have green tea. Iced? Iced. I don't drink hot drinks. They're carcinogenic. What else is carcinogenic? This price action. He says vaping. Hey, there's no link between vaping and cancer. Not yet. That's all I need. I mean, there's no link between the ingredients in a vape and cancer, right? My buddy died at age 37, vaped for 8 years, lung cancer. Did he play in asbestos a lot as a child? Did he use cheap Chinese vapes that you buy at like gas stations? That'll do it too. You don't get popcorn lung. Jesus Christ. First of all, that's from artificial butter flavor. So you'd have to have that in your in the vape you're smoking. And you need huge amounts of it to get popcorn lung. Did he smoke cigarettes for a decade leading up to it? Yeah, I mean, vape liquid has nicotine, vegetable glycerin, and propylene glycol. Now there's links between nicotine and heart disease, but not really cancers. My buddy died from a heart attack at 34 from overworking out. Point. Yeah, that's. I had a friend like that who died. He was like a health nut. Ate like a raw like meat free diet. Ran every day. Got hit by a taxi. Well, he wasn't really my friend. I knew him. Friend is a strong word. Maybe I'm just using that because he's dead. No, I wasn't in the taxi. Is there another big strangle for tomorrow? Won't know till tomorrow in the pre-market. Did I see what? When you were a cig smoker, what was your pack black? I smoked American spirits, the organic ones. Nicotine has links to high blood pressure, but lifelong users have essentially zero risk of neurodegenerative disease, dementia, Alzheimer's, etc. Neat. Nothing but the purest artisan tar. Well, I quit smoking. No link between vaping and cancer, but there's a link between vaping and sending your eggs back to the underpaid chef. Hey, listen, the underpaid chef should know how to cook a fucking egg to over medium. All right? Maybe then he wouldn't be underpaid. We need this verified. Where's Dave? Dave's a urologist. You shouldn't stick your dick in your vape anyway. Did you start smoking because most people smoke in New York City? No, because I was younger than everyone in high school and I got beat up a lot. And there was this girl that I hung out with all the time who I really, really liked, but she was way older than me and she smoked. And so I started smoking. I mean, it's the truth. I was into MILFs back in the day too. I can relate. So you were like Mike too, once upon a time, when I was 14. I love it when the SPX rips right when I'm but they were waiting for your order to flip the balance. No, we did eventually hook up years later at like a party, and it wasn't all that great. Eh. If she smokes, she pokes. She in fact didn't. It also might have been the fact that she was like 17 and I was 14. You're trying to get his pickle in a jar. Yeah. Yeah, I was. Are you gonna gamble on Visa or Enphase earnings? Tonight seems like a fun one. I think it's too soon for Visa. I sold some vol on Enphase. I don't think I care about. European tobacco is superior. I smoke a pack a day when I'm out there. Something about espresso and a cig. You know what bothers me the most about my time smoking is that anytime I get drunk, I still want to smoke cigarettes. Like it's always there, no matter how long it's been. Just waiting. I had no game when I was 14. Like none. I was poor and short and really skinny. I haven't been laying off the vape. I'm not quitting vaping. I'm gonna do that forever. Well, at least until I die. Have you tried upping the nick strength of your vape? I can't do it. It makes me sick as fuck. Now you're a total Chad. Sure. Yeah. Let's go with that. No, what I am is rich and funny and not terrible to look at. Which is really all you need. And tall. Yeah. That probably helps. But I'm fat, right? So everything in balance. No woman would pass on a centaur with a port. Could have stopped it for Reg. How many horse girls have you dated? Two. Two horse girls. Which you think is something you wouldn't run into in New York City. I find you very pleasing to look at. Thank you, Jade. That was the worst Head and Shoulders breakdown I've ever seen. Yeah. Well, it wasn't, the breakdown itself wasn't terrible, or maybe just hasn't happened yet. I dated an ex-horse girl. Okay. Doesn't New York have all the farms upstate where our childhood dogs are? Yes. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. You're the problem. What did I do? Maybe Google Tesla earnings will cause the shoulder to break down. Well, you know, if they don't, maybe PMIs will. We're getting everyone's PMIs tomorrow morning. I think Germany, EU, and Britain. Also, another 10-year bond auction, which wasn't great this morning on the 2-year. That sent the dollar flying a bit. Are horse girls good at riding? Wink, wink. One of them was. Dating two horse girls? Yeah, well, not dating. That's excessive. Where is the meatball? Right in the middle of the spoon. They both had one thing in common. They lived in Westchester. I dated a girl who was the #2 cattle cutter in the US. She now lives in Connecticut. Are we Eskimo brothers? I don't think so. Well, maybe. No. Is this something that she brought up in casual conversation? In which case, no. But if you ever want to be Eskimo brothers, we can figure it out. Westchester's the best Chester. I grew up there. I'm sorry. Oh god, I'm from the Bam Margera, Westchester. Oh no. Any merits of holding a 5230p overnight? 5530p. I don't know. When does it expire? Is cow? I don't know what the fuck cow cutting is. There's a spoon. Today there is. Didn't you date someone from Gray, New York? No. I don't even know where. I've never even heard of that. I think we might be asking my brothers. My wife said she once hooked up with a tall, rich centaur who talks about stocks. Sounds like you. You know, it's just that's really, really a stereotype. Better to straddle here or wait till closer to 4 p.m. Could be better here. 65 would probably be better than 70. Great New York, the ad agency. Oh, okay. I did date a chick who was an ad exec. I can't remember if she was at Gray or not. Possibly. Okay, that sounds familiar. I thought you were talking about a place. I've worked with women at ad agencies. They're freaky. Or are they? You can't be Eskimo Brothers BMG once you've been financially inside someone else. Freaky isn't crazy. It's just a broad brush, you know? I feel like there's plenty of women that probably work at ad agencies that are perfectly normal. Maybe too normal. Maybe really boring. Can we get some thick red dumpers into end of day? Sure, the ones in HR. I just got paid $44 to drop off 3 orders for Sprouts. Imagine all they're gonna save by using driverless vehicles. Is Uber gonna buy them out? Nobody has driverless vehicles. That's not real. That's why Elon keeps pushing it back. Women? Normal? I know. It sounds crazy, and I understand it's a pretty far fetched statement, but sometimes. Waymo driverless got pulled over. Interesting cop cam video. That's got to be awkward as fuck. How does the car know to pull over? No, trash can. He's adding the drinks, subtracting the clothes, dividing the legs, and multiplying. How long have you been sitting on that line? Since 5th grade. Uber and Grubhub are just going to do what Bezos did and have a warehouse in India of people pretending to be AI while remotely driving. The streets of New York are going to get crazy. Was your 5th grade math teacher hot or something? No, that's just like the first time I ever heard that. It's like a pickup line. It's like an old pickup line. Does the IWM cup and handle on all longer time frames mean something? Yeah, it's got about a 50% chance of breaking up or down. Weren't you homeschooled? Off and on. Yeah. Don't be so rough on yourself. You're not that old. The line is. It's from like the 50s or something. Or this, I don't know. Some old 60s maybe. Might be older than that. I don't know who first penned it, you know. Tell me the people in the 50s had no game. They didn't need it. Mark Twain. Yeah, I don't think it's one of his. That's true. There was no internet. What else was there to do? Yeah. Also, not really any porn. I mean, it existed, but it was probably hard to get. The puts I overheld through my meeting closed profitably. Nice. I don't think it was one of his. Mark Twain. The Sears catalog. In the 50s, it was just like hand-drawn pictures of your $5,000 house. You know how awesome it was back then? My great grandpa bought his house after my grandma was born for like $800, and it took him 6 weeks to pay it off. Awesome, unless you're black or you know, brown or gay or Irish, Catholic, um, Asian, any other country really. Latino, yeah. LGBTQ plus. Although, I don't know. Maybe because communities were more isolated, there was less. Like in cities and stuff, it might have been really bad. But I had some like great uncles that were like gay in tiny towns in the Midwest. I don't think they ever met anybody, but everyone like knew they were gay, and everyone was kind of just like, he's gay. Or like, oh, that's Uncle Mark. He wears his wife's clothes. But then, you gotta ask, why was he married? Tax purposes. Oh, okay. Back up. The pickle jar is not ready to have a discussion about confet. What's that? Is that a Zoomer word? I don't know that word. They were roommates. I'm not Googling that. Oh, okay. Oh, comp hat. I get it. Yeah, okay. A lot of older men with roommates. Well, it helps keep the bills down. Why do you know that word? I just learned it 5 seconds ago. Confirmed bachelor. Yeah, but I mean, my point is when communities were more isolated, it's not like, it's not like my gay great uncle was having his like house burned down or anything. Like they were just like kind of let him do his thing. He seemed pretty happy, all things given. He had a roommate for a while, but then they moved apart. I see the market dropping. I know. It's okay. I closed the puts ages ago. Is gay uncle a euphemism for dork? No, no. That's my uncle Gherkin. I'm not sure why he lives alone with 2 commercials and a green screen. 2 commercial freezers and a green screen. Knife catching is so entertaining. Yeah, we'll see where this one goes. This isn't a great place to catch the knife today. And it's very interesting that we sold off right there. 55, 56. That's the breakdown, right? I mean, Google leaked bad earnings. Is this the fake out? But Google leaked earnings? Fun fact, the Netherlands partially got a constitution because the then king got blackmailed for being gay in the 19th century. He was the king. Why did he care? You're ruling by divine right. You can do whatever you want. So Dolly Parton mailed my daughter a book called I Hear a Pickle. Are you getting royalties off this? No, but thanks for letting me know. I'll get in touch with my my copyright team. Just kill your accuser, right? I mean, that's what I would have done. I would have been like, seize him, kill him right here on the spot. Boom. No more blackmail. I think people underestimate the power that kings had. It was 1848. People were angry. Kill them too, right? I mean, this is no offense to your king, former king, but I feel like he could have done a better job. Sausage fingers? That's what the orange guy wants. I think he just wants to make himself rich. I don't really know if he has that goal in mind. But maybe. He did a great enough job that he got a football and soccer club named after him. Alright. That's not bad. Do you count the bloodless revolution as actually bloodless? since it was riding the coattails of the French Revolution and they were scared as fuck, it also wasn't entirely bloodless, right? But yeah, I mean, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is a New Yorker who knows the orange man's true disposition. I mean, I've always thought Trump's whole thing was just like he's in it for himself, right? And he's a narcissistic enough sociopath that he'll just say whatever people want to hear. But like I don't think he has any like actual beliefs or ideologies, right? He doesn't give a shit. He's like, "Oh yeah, you guys fucking hate abortion? Sure." I believe he's solely in it so he doesn't go to jail. I mean, that's definitely a perk. I mean, the man's donated to every major Democratic candidate for the last like 40 years. And people are like, no, he's hardcore right wing. He doesn't believe any of that shit, right? I mean, I'm not saying he's a good fucking person. He's obviously not. And definitely a criminal. But at the same time, like, I don't think his goal is to get into office and create anything for anyone but himself. Like, he just panders to them because they're easy to whip up into a frenzy and they'll vote for him. He certainly isn't a Catholic. I mean, he promised all the conservative shit last time he was in office, and he didn't do any of it, right? He just lowered his own taxes and set up a bunch of favorable trade deals for himself so he could exit the Chinese real estate market. He panders to anyone willing to give him money or power. Yeah. Keep going. The market doesn't like what you're saying. We broke down. You've done it. You've managed to anger both the left and the right. I don't like either one, so I'm kind of okay with that. I think they're both fundamentally flawed. Our whole government sucks. Gregson a narco plutocrat. Stop trying to put me in your fucking boxes, dork. What's your guess on Tesla earnings? I'm not playing it, but I would say that they're probably not as good as they expect. I mean, you're a step up from a narco syndicalist, but don't be left or right. Don't even be in the middle. Just be rich. Exactly. When I become president of my company, I'll appoint you as Fed chair. Nice. I just want to watch the world burn because of my one vote for neither party. 8 Cybertrucks beating the estimate of 7. Tesla to 300. I mean, from what I've seen on the internet, they're not fixing anybody's broken Cybertrucks, so at least they're not spending money on that part, right? I see couriers loaded with Cybertrucks to the gills. Someone's sending them somewhere for sure. Recycling plant. Don't laugh at me, but I was gonna vote for Kennedy. I mean, I'll laugh at you, but it's you're just voting for whoever wins, right? Someone put an RFK sign in my Upper Bay Area town. I put duct tape over it at night and wrote Doric in big Sharpie letters. Awesome. I'm gonna write Dork in too. Are the Cybertruck the new trash cans for New York City? I don't think so. Blasphemy. Why? I like this end of day dump. This is great. Look at the prophecy coming true, guys. Who has it said that Head and Shoulders break up and then rocket? Wrong. Is much data for tomorrow that would make this reverse? We have PMIs in the morning. They could definitely have an impact. Club this for when Google beats. Doesn't matter. Head and Shoulders already broke down. I don't care what happens now. I live my life one tick at a time, alright? So does my dog. What's actually dumping? Google. Google dumped pretty hard into close. RSP. Ding ding. And that's the end of the day. Alright, so we'll probably catch a little bit of support here as we wait out big tech earnings from Tesla and Google. Those will obviously have a outsized impact on tonight, but we did reject on the first near test of gamma neutral and kind of the mid-range trend here on SPX, which has not yet reversed enough to say that the rally is over, but it's definitely some weakness in the rally, right? And I think we can safely start to define this as a bear rally. That's a rather rapid pullback for a move to the upside, especially given the last 8 months of price action. Right? We have that same breakdown here on futures after some upward consolidation into the long-term trend there. We did ultimately fail, and we'll see where earnings takes us tonight. Broad commodities down yet again, and more weakness in energy. I think tomorrow we have some of the EIA data that'll probably have a slight impact, and there are some fears stirring around the Hungary Russia oil something that's going on right now. You can Google it. Dollar up today. This kind of kicked off after the German bond auction came in a little higher than expected, and EU spreads started to drift apart again, which may have driven a little bit of fear today, and saw U.S. yields pull back slightly. Euro down and the pound down quite hard, but the yen up over the dollar today, maybe even enough that there's possibly a little action going on there from the Ministry of Finance. Yields at the top end of the curve actually ended up into the end of the day on the 30 and the 20. The 10-year still holding above 4.25. Correlation continued to push down into the end of the day, and we're starting to see, NQ kind of pad the losses that we're seeing in Dow and the SPX, but this is still quite weak. I don't think they've reversed dispersion nearly enough, and obviously, if tech earnings from Tesla and Alphabet tonight are bad, that's gonna be a problem, especially for ouch. That did a spiky. Maybe Google earnings not so pretty. Nope, they're not. Shocker. If Teslas are bad too, that's gonna be really bad. Oh, yep, they are. They suck too. Awesome. Good job, guys. Well done, Elon, and that other dude at Google. Forward yield on volatility slumped back below positive, but it's been kind of turning around today, and we're starting to see the yield curve tighten up a bit. A little leverage here at the end of the day back into the carry trade. Still significantly up from where we dropped to like a week ago. Bond vol flat, but kind of flat, rising very little. Kind of correlated with the move in core 3M today, but not a lot, right? I guess they're both up, so tail risk hedging picking up. That might be a sign that we're getting some repositioning in the put positions on the bear side after this rally. 74.95% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average. Correlation between VIX and cash VIX and VIX futures now at positive 34.92%. That's a little bit down from yesterday. And yesterday we saw Vega exposure on the SPXW chain move to all-time highs. And SPX moved pretty close to all-time highs. So a lot of put selling in order to drive this rally up. And even with all that put selling, we're still seeing correlation between the futures and the spot pickup. Fed fund futures bounced back a little bit from the intraday low at 0.6 to 0.62, and it's kind of at the median going into PMI tomorrow. Although I would say that the bond market is still slightly in disagreement about how many rate cuts we're going to get compared to Fed fund futures. Never mind, Google flipped the other way. Oh, okay. Hey, look at that. Were they good? Wait, good? It sold off really hard before it got good. How good? Tesla missed. Okay, well, that's a start. They're smaller, though. And I think everyone saw that coming. Kind of in the middle. Maybe we'll have to wait for guidance. 8.9. 0.89. 84.7 revenue. Okay, that's a decent beat. No, I mean, well, 0.89 is pretty impressive on the revenue side, or the earnings per share side. The revenue is not up a lot, but it'll depend on their guidance, right? All right, I think that's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. I hope everybody has a nice night. Later.